are doing today Resident Evil 7 main game. I don't have any of the DLC, but we're doing main game. I've got 3 achievements remaining. The goal is to complete. Oh, actually, you know what? Hold on a second. I have to update the titles to everything, huh? Yeah. Hold on a second. I'm going to restart the stream here, so I will be right back. And we know it. We're going to clap our hands. All right. So, to note what we're going after today. All right, so I have Resident Evil 7. I have the main game. I don't have any of the DLC, so I can't work on the achievements for those at this point. However, what I am doing is working on the 3 remaining main game achievements that I have not accomplished yet. Resource Manager, which is not being able to open up your item box more than 3 times in the game. Walk It Off, which is use no more than 3 first aid items, and Fly Swatter, which is to shoot and knock back Marguerite when she's jumping at you, which I'm actually almost surprised I haven't gotten yet, but what I'm probably going to do, so here's my strategy for this before we start, and it's bound to change halfway through because I am not I'm not the best player of this game. I've kind of gone through a roadmap to get to this point, and the roadmap was to grab all the buffs that I thought would be useful in order to do Resource Manager and Walk It Off. And then the main thing is with Resource Manager is probably going to be the hardest one for me because it's going to change how I play completely, because I tend to grab almost everything that I can and throw it in that item box just in case I need it. That's mitigated a bit by the fact that I can't use first aid items more than 3 times, and the fact that I've beaten it in Madhouse and I've got infinite ammo, so I don't have to worry about that. And ultimately, I guess I'll talk about my strategy as I go, but I've already actually started the intro. I figured everybody's seen that a million times. So with that, we are going to start where I start. Now, one thing I'm going to note is I am going to go for the coins because I want the steroids. And I have a feeling that the Magnum is going to be handy too. Magnum with infinite ammo, it seems like a pretty cool thing. Accept or gift. I don't have to read files or anything, which is nice. I've already gotten that achievement. What I'm probably going to do... Oh, hey Jack. Let me just check how the stream health looks here. Okay, it looks like it's holding steady. There was a little gap there for a moment. All right. So, hey birds, jump over here, or not jump, but oh yeah. So, anyways, what I'm going to do is there's 2 ways to. Well, first I'm going to get the coins, so I'm going to go through the videotape. That way I can get the buffs. And there's a way to store that. See, I don't need any of that stuff. I don't need to get all the coins. I just need enough to get what I need, right? Okay. Matter of fact, if everything... Okay. First thing I'm going to do... I'm actually going to save before I start here. This isn't going to be any kind of weird speed run or anything like that, but... But it's probably going to end up faster than most of my runs because I don't have to manage items. I'm gonna save there just in case. I mean, I don't think much is gonna happen here. Oh, wait, I didn't grab the tape. Did I? That's why I certainly don't do speed runs. Oh, anything that I do wouldn't be considered a speed run. Getting too excited. Resource manager is probably going to be... Oh, wrong door. Resource manager is going to be probably the hardest one for me, simply because I'm... In games, I tend to be a hoarder. There's a couple of ways actually to try to do the resource manager too. I'm going to do the method where, oh no, where you skip opening the final item box that normally you would have to get your stuff back.
Speaking of which,
I'm going to do the method where I open up the box at the beginning, get the buffs that I need to make it plausible to get through the rest of the game without having to use first aid items, because unlimited ammo and all that stuff is obviously, and defense is obviously really useful. Plus the saw. The saw is really cool.
Like we always do. Just try to say the show's name this time, okay?
no problem.
I'm
Tonight on Sewer Gators, another worthless fucking shit.
supposedly, and I've never tested this, but from what I've read, if you don't get the grenade launcher earlier in the game, it'll show up in that shack at the end, so I won't be completely weaponless, and it's going to be a lot of like dodging and weaving around bad guys to get to where I need to be, to get to the big guy, and then die to Evie, and it'll allow me to access my stuff. That'll be nice. Oh, they're waiting for me. Oops.
Are we rolling?
Yes, we're rolling.
All right, let's go.
We're rolling. Rolling on Chance Ahoy.
Get out of the way.
It's locked.
After you.
So, why are we in hell this time?
I need,
You ever prep?
let's see. I'm trying to think here. The first backpack is in Marguerite's house, right? So I will probably not get the
What's that?
not get the scorpion key right away.
What's the story, Andre?
Abandoned farmhouse, missing family, foul places.
Trying to think if there's any reason to get the scorpion key actually. Probably not.
How long did you say this place has been abandoned?
3 years.
Outside of it's a shortcut.
Clancy, get a shot of this.
Did I?
Let's make a great cutaway.
Okay, just want to make sure I did that.
Hillbilly Joe and his family go missing.
Not hillbillies, the Bakers. Jack and Marguerite Baker. They were quiet, not backward. A lot of bad rumors about their son, Lucas. Bad seed, apparently.
Ah, shit. I know I should have worn my good shoes.
He's gonna wander off, isn't he?
Oh, shit. Glad I had my shots. Although, this would make a great backdrop. Andre, what do you think? Andre?
I think it's awesome.
Andre! Andre!
You know, it probably seems silly to
See where Andre went?
take the time to get this coin, but I'm sure there's gonna be coins that, in my haste, I miss.
This is the last time I work with that guy.
And what do I need? I need.
They come and go, but a good cameraman like you, Clancy, you stick with me.
I don't remember how many I need. No, is it 9 for the Magnum? I think it's 9 for the Magnum. 3 and 5, so 8, 17. I need 17 of the 18 coins.
What the fuck was that? Did you hear that?
Actually, you know what? Maybe I should. Maybe maybe even that's just like a waste of time. Maybe the Magnum's a waste of time.
Where the fuck is he?
I should say a waste of inventory space. Takes up 2 slots. Let me think about this. Takes up 2 slots and yeah, it might be a waste of time.
What the hell?
See, this is why this is another example of me and like why speed running would not be in my thing.
All right, new deal.
I'm sitting there waiting for him to do his
Why,
thing.
Andre, can we go? I mean, fuck this show.
Yeah. After show.
What do you see?
Oh,
What is it?
nothing. I want to go. There we go. Oh, let me go to my dashboard here. Oh no, it's a dude's face. Poor Andre. Poor Andre. So sad. Okay.
Jesus.
Alright, so now, yep. Let's go. Oh, yeah, I gotta pull it. Thought it was in Evelyn's room for a second. Alright, so now, alright, so what I've got to do is I've got to train myself. Like I said, resource manager is going to be so hard for me. I gotta train myself not to pick stuff up. Just don't do it. Unless it's a coin. Or it's necessary for the game.
Damn it.
Or it's my initial buffs. Alright, go run, run, run. I have done the speed run of this too, of course, to get the buzzsaw. But I was nowhere near. I was like at the 3 hour, I don't know, 3 hour 20 minute mark or something like that. Nowhere near like some of the things I've seen folks do, which are quite amazing. I'm just gonna try to skip past this guy. There we go. Oh, did he pop up behind me? Plus the by virtue of the fact that this is I have to do no heal. There might be times where I want to kind of like sit back and regenerate. That's not limited save. That drove me nuts in Madhouse.
Thank God I found you. It's me. It's Ethan.
Ethan? Ethan?
Are you alright?
You shouldn't be here.
What do you mean? You contacted me.
No, I wouldn't. Did I? Did anyone see you? Did he see you?
Who else is here? What the hell's going on?
My friend Jack.
We need to go.
My friend Jack.
We need to go now.
No, Jack and I are actually buddies.
Where are you taking me?
Someplace safe.
Are you gonna tell me what's going on?
I'm gonna free his family.
You've been gone 3 years.
3 years? Has it really been 3 years?
I'm actually curious as to how long this will take me.
What is this place? What'd they do to you?
Not now.
Yeah, maybe I won't even worry about like any of the extra weapons. Maybe I'll just try to do it with the Wesker. I'm trying to think about that. Or yeah, I call it the Wesker. Yeah, the Albert. Man, stop acting crazy. Just go.
Mia, we have to talk.
No, we just have to get through this, Mia.
Mommy, that wasn't me.
Holy moly.
I didn't.
Okay, fine. Just tell me what's going on.
I'm telling you everything that I know. We have to go this way.
Mia, are you sure you know where you're going?
Family used to bring me food through here. I remember.
I was watching that guy speedrun this last night.
There.
I should look up who
It's
that
there.
was. Because shout out to him.
This is it.
He had it down.
I remember this room. There's another door here. I'm sure of it.
Hey girl. It's my girl.
It's not here. It's gone. It's gone. We're gonna be a family now that you're here. There's another door here. I'm sure of it.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna. How far do I have to go? Do I have to actually? Can I just do this? I'm not. Yep, I do have to go. Maybe I probably have to go until somebody's knocking. I'm not gonna bother grabbing the first aid. Mamma mia! Meh. I'm assuming that hurts. I'm assuming that hurts a lot.
I can hear her. I can feel her clawing her way back inside of me. Get out!
I'm a bad girl.
Leave me alone! I've been bad. I deserve this.
The fuck are you, Mia?
Come on. Oops. You know what's weird is I don't seem to be getting any bloodier. There we go. I guess I probably can die here, can't I? never good at this, the axe. And over time, I'm assuming... Aw.
You really shouldn't have come here.
What's this? What the fuck is going on?
My name's Zoe. There should be a way out through the attic.
Attic.
Go there. Now.
I never paid attention to how much blood is what. So, I'm curious to see if got an axe. So I'm gonna do... Oh, I don't get anything there. I'm gonna grab my coin. No. I'm gonna cut some locks. Actually, she can't really. Yeah, she doesn't really hurt me that bad. Does she? Is it enough to kill me right now? Trying to bribe the fuse box.
It's okay. It's okay. It's me. I know you didn't mean to hurt me. You shouldn't have done that. It fucking hurts.
I don't imagine this will be enough to kill me. I hope not. I guess if I'm already this injured, what's a hand?
This job must contain outbreak. Gonna quit. I promise. Must burn it all down.
Okay, I don't have limited saves, which is nice. So I'm just gonna go up here. I'm gonna hit the button. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna just save. Yeah, I'm just gonna save. I was gonna grab the stuff that I need first, but yeah.
Okay, fine.
Go back here. I don't feel like dealing with it with just a... The guy I was watching last night, he just did it with the axe. He was like, screw it. Speed running. Me, I want to keep my distance. I'm gonna kite her. Okay. What do you think? 1, 2, 3, 4. Right about... she kind of drops down there, I think. I should know this fight because I had... On Madhouse, I did do it like 1,000,000,000 times. I hope she runs slower on this. Kite her through here. She's a very responsible person, I'll give her that. Usually she doesn't hit me there. Oh well.
What are you hiding then? What don't you want me to know?
And kite her back this way.
No. No choice.
Okay. I would like to be welcomed to the family if I could, please. So I guess then what? That's there we go.
Welcome to the family, son.
All right, I'm in the family. All right, so I have to get in the habit save before I. All right, save item box or save whenever I get in a room with an item box first, because if I don't.
Come on. Don't you die on us now. You have work to do.
Oh, they healed me up and stapled up my arm just so they could feed me some dinner. It's appreciated. Thank you. I'm really hungry. It's been a long day. Like some haggis. Haggis.
Where am I? What the hell?
Rise and shine, sleepyhead. It's time for supper.
Who are all you people? Where's Mia?
Meat.
Eat it. It's good.
Dumb son bitch wasn't no good if it hit him.
Yes.
I think Lucas by far,
Hit boy's got to eat.
he
Got to have his supper.
the best facial expressions in this game. Like, especially right there. I love the way he's like, got this like, like, ooh.
He's not eating this.
Get the hell up, Marguerite.
Eat that for him.
Get the hell out of here.
You're a son of a bitch. Oh, I can't believe it.
And then she duck walks away.
He's not eating it.
Aw, Evie's keeping an eye on me.
Come on, boy.
There he is. He's like, oh yeah. Yeah, do it. Do it.
God damn it. I bet it's that cop again. Goddamn pigs.
All right. I'm gonna try something just because I saw it done yesterday with this.
Just slip out before dinner was done.
Did I not get it? I didn't get it? Crap. I'm glad Jack's slower in this. Oh no, Jack, please. Please, Jack, don't get me. Is he gonna come? He's probably gonna come through this wall. That's fine. Yeah. You're slow, Jack. Okay, let's reset them. Wherever we... That's good to know. Go.
You can't hide from me, boy.
Yeah, I can. So that didn't work out quite like how I wanted it to, because I did not want to, I just wanted to grab the key and run back, close the doors, and buy enough time to get in there, but without a big chase. But luckily, thank goodness for slow, easy mode, Jack. Slow, relentless, Jack. Okay. I feel comfortable saving that. I have not taken damage, okay? I don't need a map. Right, but maps don't take up inventory space. Okay, so what I'm going to do, right, I'm going for item manager, and there's two ways to do this. One of them is to do it, you could open the boxes when the game forces you to, which is twice plus the last time to get stuff to get through the last leg. However, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab it first. I think this stuff's going to be more important earlier on. But I have to be picky about what I'm going to take out, because I cannot put stuff back in. Right? Okay. I want anti-coin, because I'll be using those for steroids and reload. I want... Yeah, I want the Albert. Okay. I don't care about walking shoes. Okay, I definitely want the circular saw. I definitely want to be able to defend myself, because I'm also trying not to use healing items. Infinite ammo, of course. I have to think about this now. Yeah, because I'm going to get a weapon, but it's not as good as the Albert. But don't I have to get it to... If I do have to get it, I'm going to have to get the knife. I'm going to have to get... Okay. I saved, so if it turns out that this was a bad idea, I can come back and rethink my strategy. Maybe not go for defense. I don't know. I'm gonna need a knife and probably that other gun. I don't know if I have to pick it up or not. If I don't have to pick it up, that's great. Okay, I'm gonna need a space for a puzzle piece. Space for... I think I'll be fine. Here we go. And I don't need x-ray glasses because I am not getting items. All right, so I'm going to save again in a separate save slot. Lucky 13. Let's see how lucky that 13 is. Uh-oh.
You did good, Ethan.
I did good.
What the fuck are you?
Shut up and listen if you want to stay alive. You've got to get out of that house. There might be a way out through the main hall.
All right.
Oh, and that thing on your wrist is a codex. Don't lose it. It's important.
Hell of a girl.
All right. Hit the door. Shots fired. He doesn't seem concerned.
Over here.
Hey, you gotta help me.
Hold on, back up. Now, sir, do you live here? I mean, is this...
I have to remember where the coins are now.
Me? No. No.
Shoot.
All right. Now, we got several calls about some missing persons lately.
You don't understand. I gotta get out of here.
Now, calm down.
You're not listening to me. There are crazy people in this house trying to fucking kill me.
Well, all right. Let me tell you this. You don't exactly seem like you're playing with a full deck yourself, all right?
Are you kidding me?
Look, like I said, we've had several missing persons calls. And I can't rule out that an outsider like yourself may not be involved.
All right. I'll tell you whatever you want.
All right. Now, that's more like it. Now, meet me in the garage. We'll talk there.
Hey, wait. You gotta give me your gun.
You must have lost your mind.
Look, officer.
Deputy.
Deputy Dog.
Deputy. Now, do you want to see my name in the obituaries? Or do you want to be a hero and save my life? A fucking pocket knife?
Here. Take it. That's all you're gonna get. Now go. Garage. Now.
What am I gonna do with a knife?
What? It's not a knife. Yeah, let's do this so this is done. This part's done. I was just lost in thought for a moment as to...
Hey, we gotta get the fuck out of here.
Now first you need to tell me what you're doing out here alone in the middle of the night.
Me? What about you?
No, it's my job. Won't you do your job and tell me? Answer my questions.
You're not gonna believe me if I told you.
Try. Hey, put that door back. Put that door back. Wait!
Go. Get in the car, dude. All right, go ahead, grab it. It was a nice car. He's right about that.
Let's finish this, you and I. Oh yeah, I'm gonna take you for a ride. No, no,
For a ride. Yeah, the big question is, can I do this without? Okay, I can. There aren't any coins or anything in here, are there? Okay, I do have to pick up the handgun, huh? I might as well put it on.
Do I have your attention, boy? You're about to see some more. Oh, fuck!
Yeah, 4 inventory slots open. Okay, I'm gonna look something up here real quick. I don't really want. Let's see, where am I at right now? 42 minutes. Oh, yeah, that's right, because I did the videotape. And I have kind of not really been playing too fast. By the way, so, alright, I had to grab something here so I can look up where these coins are so I can just make sure that I don't forget to grab them. Or at least the ones I need for steroids, and I really want reloader, or reload speed, because that helps. The person that I was watching yesterday, by the way, that I mentioned who was doing the speed run, a good shout out to him. That was Niakan, Niakan. I was watching him on Twitch last night, and he was doing a pretty awesome job. I actually learned quite a few cool little tricks watching him. Maybe that I'm not very good at executing, but yeah, big shout out to Niakan. Thank you. That was a good stream last night. All right, so let me look up coins. How many do I need for? Okay, I need 8 if I want steroids and stabilizer. I need 17 if I also want the Magnum. Let me see where they're located at. If the last ones are... Because this actually might work out even better if I open up the cage to the Magnum. That might be better than... That might be worth, like, not getting reload speed. I'm a little bit worried about that last run. So, okay. Okay. No, it's not going to... all right, so I'm going to have to sacrifice something to do this. So, the question becomes, do I want... grenade launcher and... I can get 1 stabilizer. Let me see something. That's not too bad. It's not too bad. All right. Yeah. Change of plans. Coins are going to go towards the first set of coins is going to go towards steroids because I might need them. The second is going to go towards the Magnum. That way, because I know there's a little bit of Magnum. No, I don't need shotgun shells. Yeah, the second one's gonna go for the Magnum because there's Magnum ammo at the salt mines or in the salt mines. So that might be what I need to do to get through there. And I'm not gonna get the rocket launcher. So I'll have a rocket launcher, a Magnum, and a couple rounds for each. So that's the plan. All right. Here's what he did that was really cool. Neocon when I watched him yesterday. Look. Okay, I've got enough for the steroids. That's good. And then what I'll do is I'll load up as I get them. I'll load them into the machine and unlock it. Yeah, that's a good plan. I like that. Okay, so here's what Neocon did. That was really smart. Greg? This is one thing. This was a good trick. I like this. And I don't need to get that. I know there's a coin in here. Puzzle P. Okay, so. All right, perfect. I had to grab it, right? Yeah, I think. Anything else in here? I'm just gonna grab these as I go. Okay, got the one in the main hall. Got the one in the rec room. Got the one in the bathroom. Why is he wearing glasses? Oh my God. Yes. Yes. I drop down in here. Okay. Yeah, this is doable. Is that a little bit more doable than I actually thought it was going to be? Like in terms of... Well, where is he? Go. Reload as I run. Drop these guys off here. No. No. Ah. Another reason why I'm not good wouldn't be good at a speed run. These damn puzzles. Not that they're hard, I just takes me a while.
Who builds this shit?
Who builds this? Alright, let's go. Let's roll. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna get the crow key. Or not the crow key, the other key. 'Cause I'm not doing a speed run or anything like that. Anything. I'm gonna grab this antique coin.
What?
I almost messed that up, didn't I? I could have just ran past him. Why didn't I do that? Because that would have been easy. Okay, remember, no item box. Alright, so far so good. As I get through this and not get hurt. I'm just looking to see if there's any that I'm going to need that require me picking a lock. That makes sense for me to get. Not outside of the one that I already got from the tape. Okay, nothing left in the main house, so that's good. So I don't need the crow key. I'm sorry. I don't need the scorpion key. I mean, does it make it quicker? Yes. But it's also something that stays in my inventory that I can't take out. That is not useful to me. Okay, 3 and then 3. So if I get in trouble, why am I doing this? I have the damn saw. Defense, lunge. Okay, so if I remember correctly, it's gonna be one coming up here, around this corner maybe. I'm just gonna go in. Dude. Alright, let's kill him. Some people skip him. Oh, he's one of those big ones. Okay, cool. So what I'm going to do, so the idea is I want to preserve my life, right? So although this is going to take me a little bit longer to do it this way, because I don't have these limited saves, I'm gonna clear, and clear, right? So that way if I mess up, it's okay. I can reload. So what I should do is unlock over here and get the treasure photo. I want the treasure photo because I want those steroids. Good. Don't grab the key. So I can trash this, right? So I know there's going to be 2 guys in here, and I can't remember how I'm in the next room. He's down, right? Okay, cool. Next. I know there's another more. I know there's more. I thought there were 3 in this room. Crap, I'm messing that up. I messed that up. Is there one more? That's it. Okay. All right. So I know. I'm doing this the slow way. Sorry, guys. Like I said, this is no speed run. Actually, while I'm here, might as well do this. Oh, I gotta go back that way anyways, because I'm not getting the key. I'm not gonna need it for Jack, I don't think. I think I'm fine for Jack. I've got a shortcut. Actually, I kind of want to try something here to see. Alright, so here's what I'm going to do. Alright, go ahead, Jack. Oh no, Jack, you're hurting me, friend. Oh, that hurt, Jack.
I like you for what's on the inside. You know.
What I'm curious about is this checkpoint. Oh no, Jack, please don't dismember me. So some of the boss fights, I know Marguerite doesn't, but some of the fights let you do an item management. So this is more for... Do I do a retry? Oh, guess not. Alright. Alright, that was just a test. I didn't know if that one gave you a item management screen to try to do the fight again. Alright, Jack, you're about dead. Sorry, bro. Oh, let him hit me. I thought I was done. Guess not. Oh well. Oh well, I've taken a little bit of damage and I should not have. Damn it. It's okay. It's okay, it's not enough for me to worry about. I'll just in case it becomes a problem, I'll use a new save file when I get there to that point. When I get to the steroids, they're full heals, so... Oh, did I... Okay.
Do me a favor and stay dead.
When I get to the save file, yeah, I'll use a new save just in case this becomes a problem later, but I don't anticipate it because those steroids are full heal and they don't count. Now, I believe there's one that spawns in here. And apparently he decided not to. Right here. I can hear you. I can hear you, girl. You got a nice voice. Alright. Okay. Remember, no item box, right? I've opened it once. Okay. I'll grab the steroids while I'm going this way. But not use them. Well, I need them right now. I use them when I'm in trouble. I wonder if I hit the healing. I'll save before I try it. What if I hit the healing button? It uses one. Just doing a quick lookup. What am I doing for time? Hour. Nah. Pretty lame. Pretty lame, guys. An hour. What is wrong with me? Old house. Okay. Wait, I'm going to see how many are on the wreck ship because that determines whether my plan's going to work or not. Okay. 1 is. 2 is. 3 is. 4 is. 5. And all the rest are... Okay. So if I'm doing my math right, 5, 18... Okay, 5, 18 minus 5 would be 13. And then... I'll actually have 1 extra coin. If I do it the way that I'm thinking about doing it. I don't need lock. I don't need stuff, so that's cool. All right, save first. See, I can just do boop boop. Right. I'm not going to take it with me now because I don't need it right now. That's just using up space. And the same with the Magnum. I almost went to the item box, guys. They'll be looking for me.
You made it. You're the first I've ever seen make it this far.
So what is it you need me to do? Is it gonna help me get out of here?
Yes. Now listen carefully, Ethan. My family and I, our bodies are contaminated. I can't leave the property unless I get it out. And the same goes for Mia.
Is there a way to get it out?
We need the serum. It should clear whatever this stuff is out of the body.
Yes.
As long as you're not too far gone.
I know there's one in the yard.
Right. So where is it?
If I knew where one was, I'd already be long gone. But I have a feeling my mother has hidden some inside the old house somewhere.
So if we get this thing, I can help Mia and we can get out of here?
Right. And so can I. The old house is near the water. You can't miss it.
Alright.
So I should have
Hope you can
8
handle my
coins.
mother.
Your mother?
Be careful.
They're gonna be looking for me. They're looking for me, sir. Okay. Should have 8. Yep, that makes sense. Okay, so with that, okay, I need to take a quick bathroom break, refresh a drink, and I will be right back. Okay, don't go away. All right, ahoy, ahoy, ahoy! I am back. Let's go. Where were we? All right, so far, I've opened up the item box one. I'm not bothering with files. I'm gonna grab. Okay, I just talked to Zoe. That's right. So now I want to get the backpack. Before I do that, where there's an antique coin around here somewhere, and I can't. Actually, I think it might be in here, right? Nope, it's in one of these pots. I gotta just look around. Where are you? No, I don't want an herb. Back here, maybe? Oh, yeah. There we go. That way, I'll just go throw that. So it's not taking up space. I'll throw that in the Magnum. Yes. 3 more to go, and I have it unlocked. Steroids are unlocked. I'm not going to be able to unlock stabilizer. I'll take that shot. I'll take that chance, even though it's very useful. Okay, backpack. So now they're looking for me. Not gonna be anything around here. Not bothering to pick up anything yet I don't need. Eventually, I'll pick up... I almost probably should save all my healing items until I have to be Mia, who is like... No! Go. Alright. So, there's one. So, a hive there. Go away. You're not going to go away. Okay. Maybe if I leave, will you go away? No, you will not go away. Okay, I'm going to clear out these guys too. Might as well while I'm here. And they're going to go away. Okay, beautiful. So I'm going to try it with this. Yeah, might as well do it with this. They're going to go away. Okay, I'm doing some pre-clearing. Kind of prefer to pre-clear because... Oh wait, I can avoid those bugs altogether. Oh, spiders. Spiders. What if I could do it this way? Cause that... Overkill. I don't need to go in there, do I? There might be an antique coin in here though, so maybe I should. Can't remember if this one has the antique. No, this one doesn't. I don't need the burner. Not gonna bother with that. So, I'm gonna get the backpack. I need a map. Backpack, yes. Alright. So now I can carry more items. Now I can actually get the key, I think, and get the shotgun. Because I can see the shotgun just being way too useful. More useful than any of the other items in here. There's the item box. So tempting, but don't do it. Don't do it. Yeah. Go get the shotgun. Makes sense to get the shotgun? Because the shotgun will take up 2 spots. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it'll give me 6 spots of stuff. Key will take up 1. 5. There's 2 more keys I have to get. Oh, man. I don't know. And crank. All right, let's think about this. Because I can't... Can I get rid of this? No. Can I get rid of this? No. Can I get rid of... I can get rid of that if I have to, but that would be silly. I can get rid of buffs. I can't get rid of these though. If I have to. I would have to, okay. So think about this. Shotgun there, right? Key 1, key 2, key 3. Crank. I don't know if that's a good idea. All right. I know. Okay. I think I know what I'll do. I'm going to create... Because, like, when I get right before the Marguerite fight, I am going to... Oh, you can shoot the swarm away. That's good to know. Okay. A little bit of pre-clearing. All right. Magnum rounds, right? But they are useless to me. Rounds are useless to me. No, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do it this way. An antique coin here if I remember right. Good. Nope, not Ethan. Okay, so what they do, and I can't. Oh, they go this way.
There you are.
Okay, that makes sense now. When I did my speed run. Oh, what am I doing? When I did my speed run. When I did my under 4 hours, I didn't open the door that I did, and I kind of wondered why. After I read it, I was like, oh, I'm supposed to open the other door. And I wondered why, but now I know.
Fuck, 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 fuck! Jesus, fuck!
Go. Don't fall down this hole. Some. Yeah, I think getting the shotgun right now would be a bad idea. But what I'm gonna do is I'm going to save before Marguerite. And that way, if I don't get the fly swatter, that's okay. I'll just reload, and that will be something that I do once I get these two done. Then I can grab the shotgun or whatever. I think for the sake of inventory, it just doesn't make sense for me to have 3 more slots used right now. I know there's an opportunity to... Let's go this way. I'm not speed running, so I can let her. Wander through the house. Hopefully come out this way. If not, I just wait. Just waiting game, because I'm not speed running. Not speed running. Where are you? I would have thought you would have at least come through here once. She must be waiting. She must be waiting to surprise me. Alright, fine. I'm going to go the other way because it's a little bit... There she is. And why I went and pre-cleared pre-cleared here was just in case I messed that part up and she was at here. These guys want to throw down. But what they don't know is I've got a saw, sir. Okay, there's the antique coin there. I want the antique coin. I got the croaky. Croaky. I'm not going to get the no grenade launcher. Remember, don't get the grenade launcher. Oh, there I was, Marguerite. I should probably go save, just in case not having the shotgun here ends up being a bad idea. I think I'll be fine. I think I'll just be able to take her down with the Albert, but I don't know. I think before I shot her with the shotgun. All right, yeah. I've got enhanced ammo, unlimited enhanced ammo, so hopefully. Hopefully there'll be plenty. If she sends some bugs after me, I'll buzzsaw them, I guess. Oh no, please. Marguerite. Headshot. Come on. No shit. Come on, guys. Here, that'll work. I'm fine with that. That could have gone a lot better, but I'm okay with that. So I've got to read this.
I think that's it.
I don't think there's any coins in here or anything. Okay, cool. Oop. Just because. Should reload. Because I have to talk to her. Hey, Zoe.
Well, did you find a serum?
I just got done dealing with your mom and her fucking bugs. Wish you could have warned me.
Sorry about that. What about the serum?
I haven't found any, but I did find out we need to make one. A D-series head and an arm. This can't be right.
A head? I think I have that around here somewhere.
You do?
I don't know about the arm, though. Have you searched the whole house?
No, not yet. I still need to check the second floor here.
All right. Check it out. Meet me at the trailer if you find it.
Come on.
That's special.
I should have done. I just fired. It'd be awesome if that like helped. I don't know. It probably doesn't. Like you go in the, and she's got like one hit. Right. Yeah, let's. Save here. Save, not item box. All right, now I'm going to save here. And if I don't get her with Fly Swatter, I will just, after I do the rest, I will reload. And then grab the shotgun and do it that way. Actually, I'm gonna get her with this. What's this? I don't care about that one. That's just ammunition. Right? I think it's moderately useful. I don't think so. He's gonna come through here. Okay, I didn't get fly swatter. I waited for. Should be doing our bug laying. Please.
You got nowhere to go now, boy.
It's like glitching out over there. Come on, girl. I'm at the same place I was before, actually, so it's not going to be too hard for you to do that. Please. Here, girl. Yeah, or an old man.
Poor Evie's gonna be heartbroken. I'm not gonna miss you at all.
Yeah. Fine. I just need you to come in here. I'm not chasing you. You come get me.
Come on now with me. We're gonna settle this.
Where is she? Where is she? Here. She's gotta be close. There she is. I should just buzzsaw her, but I know she'll try to jump and get me. Maybe that's what I'll do. I'll wait. And then hopefully, when she jumps on the ceiling, I can get her. Come on, girl. They still wanted to get behind me. That's why I hide in the corner like a baby. There we go. Okay. I don't think there are any. I don't think there are any coins in here. Coins. So, oh, my coins. Let me just make sure. I already got the one in the cellar. Got the one in the outhouse. Oh, there was one in the altar room. Okay, I have to go up there anyways. Okay, cool. All right, remember to save this. Hold on, I'm gonna go save this as a different file. What's that here? Strong chem fluid. Good to know. If I need that later on, I doubt it, but ooh, almost item boxed. So 12, I have to remember, 12 is Marguerite. 12. 12. Do I have a pencil? Do I have a pen? I do not. 12. Save number 12 is Marguerite. I guess I could just go this way. Probably faster, actually. Okay, I have not. Let's just make sure. Yeah, I have not opened it. Okay. Okay, antique coin. Yeah. Money in the bank. How much? Okay, cool. I got enough to keep going. Enough spaces to keep going without having to like run back and yeah, I don't really need any of this stuff. Stuff drops in front of me, holes, noises, craziness. Just have to remember. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Stay away.
She's so mad. I wonder if I can unlock this without. Oh, I don't have to do the door. Okay, cool. That's good to know. This is it. If this is it, please let me know. I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know why I did that. Sorry, guys. So he's out of the way. Now I can just run through the rest. I'm not worried about the rest. The rest are silly. Takes them way longer to respawn than it does for me to get out of the house. I don't remember if I have to listen to this call or not, so to save time.
Did you find it?
Yeah, I got it. Are we really gonna be able to make serum with this thing?
It'll be fine. After we
I guess not.
we can get out of here
Together.
together. I'll be waiting for you in the trailer.
Yes, I will. Yes. Yes, I will. Okay, we're back here. Let's go back to the trailer. Going back. Wonder how I am for time. Not that it matters, but 141. Well, I'm not speed running. I will say it's probably faster than I like if what I normally play, just because I'm not picking up stuff and spending forever in the playing with my inventory. Okay. All right, so yeah, 12. From now on, 12 is my save, or 11 is my save. Drop this off here. Oh, I don't have to pick up more coins anymore. Alright. Keep that. Do that just like that. That way. When I get to the other part, I don't have to talk to him, do I? Yeah, I'll talk to him anyways.
Now, where the hell are you? You know, never mind. We only need the head, and you've got it. This is gonna help me and me, right?
Hey, buddy. I thought you should know. I decided that Zoe...
Alright. What I'm going to do... I gotta step away for a second. And then... I'm going to... at least get through here. So anyways, I'll be right back. Ahoy. Ahoy, 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 I am back. All right.
Needed a timeout. She
I should grab more drink.
and they're keeping each other company.
Just let them both go. What do you need them for?
That's family business, Ethan, and not your concern. Understand? Now, if you want the head, feel free to come by any time and I'll give it to you. But only if you participate in a little activity I put together.
Just for me.
What activity?
Oh, I know you're excited, but don't worry. It's not going anywhere. First step I need you to take, partner, is for you to take a peek inside the fridge in the trailer there.
Fuck you.
Oh, come on now. Don't be like that. You want to have fun, don't you?
Yes.
Now, look in the fridge.
All right, I don't have to look in the fridge. All right, but I do have to. I have to go downstairs. Okay, hold on. I have one steroid, a second steroid in a cage. Yeah, okay, I remember where the other two are. One of them's in a room full of traps. One of them's in the salt mines. And I'm hoping, if I do this right, when I go through the salt mines, I've got to run through there. What I'm hoping will happen is... No, I'm not going to use the crow key. I have no need for it. What I'm hoping will happen is... Alright. I gotta think about this. Okay, I'm good. Sorry, just had to pause and consider it. I was thinking about when I should use these. I'm going to keep that one in the cage because I can pick that up afterwards. That'll give me kind of 2 full heals for the salt mine. Yep, like those noises. I like them noises. Burst out of the wall. Yep. No, that's the right way to do it. I was gonna say, do I go back and get the shotgun? But yum, yum, yum.
Sorry, buddy.
A little. I'm a little sorry. Go. Probably gonna be some guys out here. I don't remember. I can outrun most of them. Just go. Just go. Go to the save room. I should have just tried to outrun them instead of toying with them. Okay. Error. Error on my part. Oh no, I should have grabbed the... Yeah, you know what? See, double error on my part because I should have grabbed this one. Now the scorpion key I want. Alright, now I'll go save. There. Now I don't have to worry about these guys bugging me as I keep going. As I continue, I'm going to grab the backpack. And that will facilitate me having the shotgun from now on. Snake. Let's do this. If I can carry more items, is there anything in here of use to me? I don't think so. What I can do now is I can go grab the shotgun. The broken shotgun. Here, get chased by things. Run, Ethan. Yeah. Nope. Hit the save. Yes, toy axe. Want that. Definitely want that. This one always messes me. Okay, the axe is at the top. There we go. All right. Thought I had it. Oh. There we go. Get out of here. Grab the repair kit. Do I have enough room? Yep. Ooh, I gotta take out these. Yeah, get this ready. One down. Should be two down. Where's the repair kit? Now I got a shotgun. There. Perfect. Beautiful. Let's go. Take care of these guys. Save. Make sure I didn't do something like it. Okay, cool. I'm in good shape. Good shape. So far, so good. There we go. Hold on a second. I just want to make sure that my memory was not messing with me, and I have unlocked one more verification. Steroids, yes. Magnum, yes. Beautiful. Beautiful. I'm going to have to be careful on that last part still because I don't have unlimited ammo to get through. But anything I can. Because I cannot open that item box at the end. Let's go. Yeah, let's play. Ethan. Good time to refill my drink.
You know what this is for? You know what Zoe wants to do with this? She thinks this thing is special. No, Ethan. That ain't special. This right here is special. You see, Ethan?
Sorry, I must have got the. I think I got the headphones too close to the microphone on that. My apologies, folks. I actually don't need this anymore. Hey, how's it going? Is it Ooker Zombie? How's it going today? Ahoy! Welcome to the chat. So far, so good. A few errors on my part already, but nothing crazy. Nothing unmanageable.
You'll make that serum? Ooh, baby.
Ooh, baby.
You're gonna have to come through me. You hear? Now come on, Ethan. What do you say?
I'm telling you, they did the best facial work with this.
Fuck!
It's going great. I'm actually trying to shore up the achievements, at least for the main game. And I've got 3 left, so I'm excited. I'm gonna have to do the Marguerite. Luckily, I have it set up so I can... The Marguerite one, where I've got to hit her while she's in midair. I didn't get that when I did the fight with her, but...
You have got a good eye.
I don't know why I'm shooting these. I can sneak right under them. Have you played this? So you see the other modes. There's, I think, one that sits right here. Yeah, there's one right there. Nice try, Lao Shay. Nice try, Lao Shay. Wait. Oh no. What is happening? My controller's not... Oh, did the game lose focus? Okay, cool. Nope. Oh no, I think the controller's dying. Or losing connection. Oh, it's really good. I would recommend it. I actually didn't get it on my own accord. My daughter talked me into getting it. She usually comes over on the weekends, but she's out on vacation, or she's in the Bahamas. She's on a boat right now, I think, heading to the Bahamas. And actually, I'm gonna pause this real quick because I'm gonna have to go grab another controller. But yeah, I'm gonna have to grab another controller. But yeah, she insisted I get it, and I've actually been having a blast with it. So usually usually I play different kinds of games, but I've been enjoying this one. Anyways, I have to go grab a controller, so I will be right back. Perfect. Beautiful. All right, back in business. I'll turn this one off because it's saying it's on. There we go. All right. That was a weird time for it to do that, but that's okay. All right, since I don't need items. Yeah, it's definitely a lot of fun. I would recommend it if you especially if you kind of like the series. I think I haven't played all of the series, but I like it better than some of the other games in the series for sure.
Guess I'm gonna have to step up my game.
I know. Fucking password, right? Why don't you try 0814? No! 0621. No, it's 0514. Oh, come on. Take a chance. You never know.
I'm actually even tempted to, because I got it on PC, but I'm actually, my daughter keeps trying to get me, get it for PlayStation VR. I don't know. That would, because this game does a really good job of ratcheting up that tension. Like there's definitely a lot of good tension in this game. Okay, I don't need anything in here that I can think of. Except for I want to switch to the saw because I know what's coming up. Come on. You're going to try and sneak up behind me. Oh no, sir, please. Oh no. Where is he? No! I should actually just die now. Yeah, I feel I should just die and go from the checkpoint. No, I shouldn't do that. Oh, as I knock things off my desk, I'm not going to die and go from the checkpoint. I am going to continue on like a trooper. Plus, I do have these. So that will help. Oh, no. You know what I have to do? I cannot believe I didn't do that. I was so excited about the shotgun. I didn't go back and get the run all the way back. Run, run, run. Error, error, error. Like, free up some inventory. Nothing here. Actually, by the time, okay, where's that bomb at? Okay, it's over here. So, you know what, this way, I don't have to, if I do it like this, I can just run right through. I don't have to worry about traps. And that would be cool too. Always reload on the run. 3, 2, okay, cool. I am reloaded and ready to go. How I missed this puzzle. What? And grab this. What am I? How? Wow. I'm glad I'm not a speedrunner, that's for sure. Okay, I'm going to definitely use the stabilizer. Might as well use that right away because it's useful. Useful. Oh, what does it say? Welcome to paradise. This is paradise. I can run through like a man. Run like a man, Ethan. Traps are done. I believe I have subdued them all. I don't need the repair kit or anything in here. How much inventory space do I have left? Oh, I got so much inventory space. Cool. Cool deal. Okay, now I've got to duck. Duck. Man, I can't believe that guy got me. Oh, too close. There's gonna be one on the ceiling, right? Yeah, there's one on the ceiling. There's one right there. Yeah, why not? There's steroids. Good. Take them. No item boxes open. I'm actually kind of like technically like that. I've got one death, and that one death was actually an experiment. Like I stood there to die. So I would say technically I'm at 0 deaths. So I always have to remember what I get to at the end when I count my deaths. Else? Oh, more of you, huh? Oh, no. Okay. You're cool. You're cool, bro. You're cool. I don't need anything else. Don't open the item box. Okay, alright, I'm kind of hurt, so I might actually take... Let's see how I do on this. If I die here, it's okay. I can deal with that. I can deal with that being my death. And I anticipate a lot more deaths, actually. Luckily, these guys.
Keep it clean, gentlemen. We have rules.
Just one, I think, in this one.
Fuck you too.
Come on out. Walk right into it. You have to come out, friend.
It's how you deal with hardships in life that makes you a man, Ethan. Ooh, health meter's looking a little low, Ethan.
Health meter's looking a little low.
Gotta say, I'm impressed. Not only are you still alive, you have all your fingers and toes. You doing okay, buddy?
Whoa. Okay.
Fat man down, fat man down.
I'm feeling good. Feeling good.
Never my favorite anyways.
I'm not really worried about Jack, but it's nice to go into Jack with a healing item. If I can go in with 2, even better. Supplements. Need to assist one with my vitamin deficiency. 1408. I know it's the same every time, but I never remember it. 1408.
Buddy, this is a test of skills, so
Okay.
no cheating. That shit you're carrying, get rid of it.
Alright. I will do so, sir.
Have a nice day.
Thank you.
All right, what do you say we play a little game? All you gotta do is light the candle and put it on the cake.
On the cake.
Kiss my ass.
Ethan.
Wait, I don't need.
Language. There are children in the building. Somewhere. I think. I'm not sure anymore.
Ethan. Okay. Loser. Go through. Yeah, that's right. Perfect. We're all good now. this. Yay! All right, now I'm back to where I was.
Motherfucker! You're supposed to die!
Come on. Get out of the room. What was that?
That was supposed to be for you, goddammit!
He's pretty mad about that. I want to say I'm sorry that he's mad about that, but I'm not. Okay, so let's save here. And with that, let's just make sure here. I'm at 218. Okay, good, good, good. And I will be right back. Congratulations, sir. And I've returned. Ahoy, ahoy, ahoy. Ahoy. All right. Nice. Okay, so here is the trick. I've opened the item box 2 more times, and I have to open it 1 more time, so I have to make sure I get everything that I'm going to need here to get through this part. First, let's get this. Need that.
Finally.
Now save again just to make sure. This is the last time I can open up an item box ever in the game. I'm going to want my shotgun. Yes. I'm going to want steroids. Yes. I'm going to want steroids. Yes. I absolutely need the crank. Infinite ammo. The ability to defend myself. That. The Albert. The saw. The essence of defense again. And might as well take the handgun, right? Might as well. Maybe it'll come in handy in a pinch. Okay. No, I didn't take out the arm. Okay, so now I've got to reload. See, this is why I could have just hit retry, right? Save 11 is where I'm at. See, I messed up. So yeah, it's important. Let's try take 2. What do I need? Okay, I know I'm going to need absolutely. Where is the arm? I need the D-Series arm, right? I need the shotgun. I need take that. I don't need any of the keys anymore. Circular saw, yes. Albert, yes. Handgun, yes. Secrets of defense, yes. Ammo, yes. Crank, yes. Steroids, yes. Steroids, yes. Actually, I've got room, so I might as well take the glasses, right? Can't think of anything that I need to pick up, though. No, I don't need the glasses. All right. I'm armed. I've got infinite ammo. I've got my defense. I've got crank. I've got the steroids. Okay, cool. We're going to make save number 10. Let's roll. Down bridge number 2. This guy's gonna pop. Okay. Reload. These guys are gonna pop. I don't really have to fight them, but why not? Why not make it interesting? Why not make it fun? I got infinite ammo. Infinite ammo, I might as well get a chance to use it, right? Infinite shotgun? Liberating. Oh no, sir. Anybody else? Actually, this wouldn't be a bad idea because now I can fill up with stuff, right? No! Why did I do that? This is what I wanted to do right here. Right? Item box is open. 3. Okay. Might as well now. I'm going to use one and use a second one before. If I need to, I'm going to save the second one for the Jack fight. I don't think I'll need it, but if I do run into, get myself in a little bit of trouble, I'll use it.
Zoe.
And if
Not now. We don't have the time. Do you have
if I have to, I will.
Right here. There should be enough, right?
If we make him fast enough, my father and Lucas aren't far away.
He's
Yep.
coming. Daddy's coming.
Good.
So what I did was I waited for after I saved to use the steroids. That way, I have one left that I can use during the fight,
What's next?
There's a boat outside. We'll take
and
it to the
then
swamp. But none of us
if I
can
need, if I
follow
happen to
that
need
serum.
both of them for the fight, then at least I can reload there. All right, let's go ahead and take the serum,
Hey, one of those is mine.
and then
Get your ass back in the house.
do this, huh? Oops. Oops.
This is getting old, Jack.
An old Jack. This up here right for a while. Oh no, I had it. Watch me mess this up. Okay. We sit up here and get his underbelly ones. As many of it. He's gonna throw up on me soon. Actually, it's not bad from up here. I already do. I'm not really going anywhere, buddy. Have I gotten all of you? I think eventually I will have to go down there. Okay, where's the last ones? I see it. I thought, oh no, that's not it. Where's the last one? Which one is arm? Oh, I had that too, right in my sight. Where's the last one? Alright, let's figure out where this last one is. Oh, there's one. I see it. It's under his tail! Damn it! Alright. I'm gonna have to get down there. Alright.
You're part of the family now.
Where is it? It's like here. Oh man, this angle messes me up. Yeah, it's fine. Not a big deal, buddy. Hey, hey. Damn it. What's that?
I'm spying on you during lunch.
Did I miss it?
Which one are you doing now?
This one. Jack. There he goes. I guess the last one I need. Is it? What's left?
I don't know. Oh, there it is. His brain head. I'm running across the street. Do you want anything?
What's that?
I'm running across the street. Do you want anything?
Sure. Can I get a coffee, please?
Yeah. Give me a shirt.
Yep. Where is it? Got him. The win. No, I'm still not done yet. I still have the ship to go.
Ethan, this way. Serum on him.
You want me to cure him?
It's real nice.
Right?
Yeah.
Come on. Mia's waiting for us.
Alright. Now I have to remember to take the steroids first. That way, when I have to run through the mines, I've got more health. And 2 steroids to go with that.
I had to use one of them. There's only one left.
There's only one left. There can't just be one left.
There
The
can
hell we
only
gonna
be
do now?
one. Alright, what? Only because.
It's fine. It was foolish thinking I could escape.
Nope.
But Zoe, go! Both of you just go!
Aw.
Come with us. I'm sure there's someone
For a
to help.
cutscene, I'm gonna grab something real quick. Here.
I'll send help.
Don't bother. There won't be anyone left to help! Ethan? Thank you.
Who the hell else was I gonna choose?
Ethan.
Mia, I know you've been through a lot. We need to talk. had something to do with all this, didn't you? Look, I just want to know the truth.
Ethan, I honestly don't remember.
Try. Is that the boat? How the fuck did that get here? You're okay. What the hell was that? What the fuck?
Mommy. This way.
Ethan?
All right, cutscene's over. That was awesome. Blah, blah, blah. Now, here is the only place that I can think of where I'm going to need healing items.
Ethan? Ethan! Ethan!
What's that? Oh, no.
The chick was going 40 miles an hour.
Not 40.
Well, she would have killed me. It would have been done.
Would have you dropped my coffee?
Let's say I almost did because I burnt myself. That's how Germanic it was.
Man, that would have sucked.
Right? Dropping your coffee?
Yeah.
Forget about the fact that I'm dead.
Because that's how we roll on Chance Ahoy. People are assets.
Well, I am an asset to you.
Asset.
Asset.
All right. Chicken squibs. That's chicken squibs, by the way, in the background. Run through the ship. Let's do this fast. Let's go as fast as we can. But I do want to get the back. Well, I guess it doesn't matter if I have the backpack. Do I need the backpack? Meh, not really.
What was that?
I think the fastest way to do this. I don't know. I don't know what the fastest way to do this part is because I don't like this part. So I have to wait for... They're all dead. Huh?
You shorten your house sucks. Trying to reach the paper plate. It's not gonna happen.
Why? What you got?
I got a hot pocket. I wanted a burrito, but they don't have normal people burritos. They have like burritos this long.
What? They do?
Yeah.
What have I been doing?
I don't know, but they have burritos this long.
Oh my god.
Like the size of...
A noose?
Yeah, like I just wanted a normal people size 3-inch
This size,
burrito.
but they have this big.
Yeah, like wait,
And
where's the...
It's this camera over here.
So I wanted a normal people size burrito. They have this size burrito. Which is absolutely ridiculous.
That's like normal size for me.
Well, yeah, but I'm not you.
Not what?
You.
Fat.
No, I'm not a man who's also 5'11".
You're saying
Men do need more caloric needs than women.
it's because we're.
Remember when I called you plush?
When you called me.
Plush. You're not fat. You're plush.
When you called me fat arse.
I would never say that. He's misrepresenting me. I would never say such a thing. Sober.
Are you remembering?
Evie just laughed at you.
Evie's can go, you know.
She's an old lady though.
I don't care.
Why are you picking on little old ladies?
You know what? I actually hate old people.
You hear that, world? Chickens.
My
Ribs
job.
Hates old
My job
people.
has made me hate old people.
Old people.
Because they're so mean. That's what I don't get. Like, I really hope I'm not that mean when I'm old. Like, I don't know, it's like this kind of disease that comes under them.
Maybe
that
when
they-
you're old.
When I'm like 80, 70 or 80.
Do you think you're gonna be meaner?
Said we could be a family.
Oh, that's what you... Haha, that's funny. I'm not mean.
I'm just.
Wait.
Alright, let's go get this. Let this guy drop.
20 minutes. 20 minutes.
20 minutes, okay.
Do something crazy.
Oh man, this guy's. Oh, please, sir.
May I have some more?
Oh, you went the wrong way. You went the wrong way, sir.
Go grab something. I'll be right back.
You should grab a 10-pound burrito.
No, I asked you if you wanted something.
I didn't know they had gigantic burritos, huh?
Well, I don't have enough time to walk over there and get whatever.
It's hard.
Watch it. What? Why?
You can do like a BRB. Go grab one.
Hmm?
Where are my keys? Oh.
It's just so far away. I wouldn't want to interrupt the stream. The flow of the stream.
It's not my fault.
Alan, you're
It's-
getting worse.
Is it Aunt Rhodey's fault?
Yeah.
He infected me during the attack. Too far gone.
It's too far gone.
But it serves me right. It's my fault she got out.
Yeah, it is your fault. But that doesn't mean I'm gonna let you die.
She didn't attack you.
It's part of her imprinting protocol.
All right, let's see how fast I can
Believe
do
this is
this.
happening.
Here. Take it. It has her tissue samples. You find her. You fix this.
Okay, Evie, where are you?
Okay, no item boxes. Don't open any item boxes ever. Okay.
She's close. She's vomiting. Damn, I'll have to reset.
How's it going?
She's vomiting. Far more in excess of her body mass.
Oh, great. We're gonna be seeing a lot more of her ugly friends if this keeps up. All right. We need to find her and fast.
I'm not gonna bother grabbing the herb. If I have to, I will just. If I end up having to restart because of that, that's fine too.
There's like no way this is gonna be cool enough for me to eat.
Huh?
There's no way this is gonna be cool enough for me to eat.
Oh man, it's not a normal sized hot pocket. That's a.
I know, but it was it was less than the burritos. Burritos were like twice the size.
1
saw this part.
This is past Mia. This is Mia on the ship.
I think I was playing Fallout when I was watching this. Getting lazy with that.
Yeah.
Unlimited ammo.
Oh, I don't have unlimited ammo as Mia, actually.
Oh, it's Mia. Mia.
Yeah.
Forgot. I thought your hands looked kind of dainty.
I could have unlimited ammo, but I'd have to open up an item box and fail my objective.
That would be pointless.
Yeah. It can be this guy. I can run right past him. Grab some machine gun ammo.
God.
Oh crap. I'm trying to do this without having to use healing items.
Mm-hmm.
And so far I haven't had to. Oh, I should have just left those. What am I doing?
I don't know.
I almost want to die now. Alright. Let's do this. I'm going to retry. I'm going to go back because I just want to leave those actually.
Are you trying to do both of the objectives at the same time?
Yes. And there's a third objective that I need to get done, but I didn't. It's like only during a specific fight.
Mm.
So oops. Crap.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. These guys are slow, so I'm gonna go do this. Go.
Is this easy or normal?
This is easy. They won't chase me through there, so I don't have to deal with them anymore. Oh, yeah, I gotta say, oh, I can't get in. Have to call Alan.
I think she's on the other side of the store, but I don't have a key.
What is wrong with him? Stop it. He's like a pig. Oink, oink. Ow, motherfucker.
Should grab that.
I don't buy any of this. She's like 10 pounds.
Yeah. She's like, oh, I'm Rambo.
That looked like molding it, not melting it.
No, Evie, I'm not mad. Wait, what did you call me?
I don't want to live in the lab.
Did you call me a bitch?
Okay, Evie. I'll be your mommy. Just come back right now.
Should've shot her.
Evie, wait!
Well.
Did you find her?
Yes, but she ran off. She's making more friends, Alan. Those things are everywhere.
I told you so.
You think he's sick?
He's going into labor. Let me do this line of coke in the middle of a phone call.
That actually might make him feel better. I bet he feels pretty awful.
Okay. Leave those there. I wonder if it matters if I leave these here.
What are they?
Remote bombs. I'll take these two.
Are you ever gonna use them?
Yeah, just in case I need to.
Oh.
Is there anything else like machine gun ammo? Oh, yeah. There we go. There's chem fluid. I don't think I'm going to need to use any of this stuff. So I'm not going to...
I don't want to go back to work.
What's that?
I don't want to go back to work.
There's going to be one around this corner. I need more ammo.
What's that little warning up there?
What warning?
Check your encoder settings.
It's if I was streaming to different services.
Emergency safety lockdown system has been engaged.
Emergency C-section service for Alan.
I don't think Alan's gonna make it. Dude, my Apple Watch just buzzed me as she was doing that. It freaked me out.
Where the hell are you?
Oh man. So I'm gonna do look, see, hopefully find some ammo. Herbs. Okay. So I'm hoping what'll happen is in the future me will be able to open those.
Mm.
And the bombs will be in there.
Oh yeah. Did you just open your inventory?
Yep. There's gonna be this guy.
I thought you were allowed to.
No, I can't open an item box.
Oh, that's way more probable than what I was thinking.
Yeah, it'd be really...
That'd be messed up. Okay, so it makes more sense now.
So now I've got to go... I've got to go this way. I don't remember where I had to go. Machine gun ammo. Nope. No ammo. No ammo for me. I don't need it. I don't think I have anything else to fight. Oh, geez. You know what I forgot to do?
What?
I'm gonna go back down here.
I gotta go.
Okay.
I'll see you later.
All right.
I work till 6. I'll be back.
All right. Have fun. I'll be done way before 6.
Aw. Only 3 more hours.
this. This is what I forgot to do right here. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna leave one open, one closed. Okay, that's a little bit better. So now, all right, so I left the one open, one closed. For future Mia, I will know soon whether that helps. Okay, there's no anything down here, so why am I looking? I don't know.
How did you get here?
Where's Evie?
Where's Evie?
She's out of control. Without the treatments, she's deteriorating.
Well, that's a good thing Marty died.
Yep.
Don't say that.
She trusts you. That little bitch, she never trusted. Okay, wait. Evie, no, Evie.
Alan, listen.
I didn't mean to call you that.
She's
Evie,
trying to take control. You have to fight her. Stop! Stop right now!
Don't touch me, don't!
Bleh. Those Alan breathing exercises. Here, you gotta stop her. Okay, now I can go. I don't think there's anything else I need in here. Nothing else I need in here. Okay, so I did Mia Part 1 with, let's make sure here, no healing items used. Yeah! See if I can get through Part 2. Aw, he like exploded on me. He ruined my good shirt. We're gonna skip this because let's just get on with it.
Now do you remember?
I remember.
Yes, Evelyn. I remember.
Can we be a family like before?
Yeah.
No, Evie. We can't be a family. We were never a family. We will never be a family.
Then I don't need you anymore.
Okay. Remember, I cannot open my item box, so let's see what we can. Hopefully we don't need it. I don't need the coin. So I'm gonna have to. I'm getting her some healing stuff just in case. But I'm hoping I don't need it. I hope I don't have accidentally hit it either. I'm going to keep my fingers away from that button. Almost everything is so slow, it doesn't really matter. And that way, at least when I get to the end, if I can get through without using any healing items, it at least gives me a good dilemma here, right? Do I need to... Remote bombs are good. I like remote bombs. Gunpowder is useless to me. Okay. This, I can do this with. To be safe, I will not make more injury. I don't know if I need to get much of anything. Here we go. Drop bomb down. Hey, buddy. Fortunately, you guys are so slow. Okay, remember to save, but don't use the item box. So make sure I have not accidentally done it. Okay. Perfect. Corrosive I need. Okay, I need the fuse. Remote bomb's good. There's dudes in here. Empty. See you later. Oops, sorry. Crap. Okay. So hopefully that I didn't think about it. I didn't think too much on that one, did I? I was like, oh, I'm gonna get close. So now, hopefully, oh. Yeah. That way when I get the handgun, maybe I should. If I do it this way. Ready? Make a run for it, right? Okay, 9 bullets. Get more gunpowder, I'll make that. There's my 3 first aids. That's as much as I could possibly use, right? I know I shouldn't go this way. I know I shouldn't do that. All right. Drop the fuse off. I'll go get the machine gun. Did I see gunpowder back here? Fuck that. Bomb. Just because I know he's coming by. Now. Good timing. Good news is if I needed corrosive, I could have, or if I needed the backpack, I could have gotten that, but way more bombs. Just for giggles, I will look around. Why do I want to say there was usually something here? I think I probably already got it. Wasn't it back here where I was like, gunpowder, I don't need that. I'm going to grab it just in case. Because now... $10 bullets could come in handy. Okay. Let's go to the third floor? Yep. Where it all began. Yeah, I already got that. Oopsie. Gotta be one on the ground here. Come on, buddy. That's useful. Absolutely useful. I'll take that. I have to do... yeah, I gotta go do the puzzle room. The puzzle room. I'm fine. I'm fine. Just not putting up with your guys' crap right now. Let's get out of here. Pretty sure there's something up here I need. Oh, not maybe need, but like. Yeah. safe room. Maybe. Yeah, up to the safe room. Oh no, sir. No, sir. Actually, I haven't saved in a while. Okay. Alright, now I gotta be done messing around down here. I gotta get this done. Because who wants to watch me run around a ship? I don't. Anybody even like this part? I don't think anybody likes this part. I certainly don't. What is in it? Was somebody trying to clean it? What's a mop? No, it's a broom. There's a broom. Okay. Looking for anything that might be in here. Nope. Okay, let's do this. Okay, cool. Now I can do this. Now I can go. Yeah, I've got the machine gun. Go down here. Where is it? Where? Oh. I have a machine gun now, so I'm not worried. As worried. Try to see if there's more machine gun. Oh, bombs are good. Bombs are good. Okay, so the ship is where I spend most of my time just screwing around, apparently. So I came in here, see if there's any more ammo. He's outside this door. Anymore, he's not. Kill all of you. I'll take you all down. I already took this guy down in here. See how that goes? Gotta deal with the big guy. Chem fluid and strong chem fluid. Extra corrosive and extra bomb. So what these guys really like, I've found, is they like, how many bombs do I have? They like a bomb here. They probably like a bomb here. They probably like a bomb here. And they probably... That seems adequate, right? Oh, let's go with more. Why not? Go right here. No, I'm gonna take the death. I'm gonna take the death because he took out my bombs. Oh, please. Please. Nah, I'm gonna do a retry on that one. Cause I know. Yeah. That's silly. That was silly. Lay these bones down. That did it. That's all I needed. That's a better way to do it, for sure. Alright, let's get out of here. Before I screw around with that, what I'm gonna do, push machine gun. Make sure I didn't miss any ammo on the way. It's a nice view. So the boat gets split into 3. And all 3 parts were in the swamp. Or 4? What's down there? I don't know. I don't need the coin. Well, I'll go save real quick. The good news is the hard part is done.
He's waiting.
Yes, he is. Not worry about him. Whoa. Don't like that. Oh. Question is, can I get through this? Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot. I just like naturally kinda regen after a while. So I'm okay. I'm like not in a bad position. I have 12 remote bombs. Evie is gonna die. So like, what if I put down all 6, it kills her. In phase 1. Come on, buddy. I hate these guys. Oh, where did he learn to run? Jerk. I should have just kited him. I should have just kited him. I don't think I need to do anything here. I think it's a coin. I don't want it. These are bombs. I do want them. Okay. Good. Should I shoot Alan?
Ethan.
Or Ethan, not Alan. Ethan Allen. He makes furniture.
Ethan?
Can I skip this movie?
Hey, shh. I know. I'm not gonna hurt you.
Okay. I'll be right back then.
What do you mean? I'm no killer, son. Neither is Marguerite, nor my boy Lucas, or even Zoe here. That girl Evelyn, she did this.
What the hell is she? No, what did she do to you?
She infected us with her gift. That's what she calls it. I found her near a busted out tank in the bayou. Everything changed after that.
So she infects you and then she takes control?
No. Not exactly, son. She just... She forces her way into your mind, your soul. You can't fight back. You are connected to her, and you can't resist the urge to... Oh, you're a different person after that.
Just like Mia. So Mia sent me that message because of Evelyn.
Listen, the girl just wants a family of her own. She's the key. All right? You find her, and you stop her. Ethan. Free my family. Please.
Jay, oh, wait for him, hit him.
Why? He doesn't love you. I can make him love you.
Don't hurt him.
Silly, I told you I'm not gonna hurt him.
Don't you dare.
So what? You're not my mom. Remember?
Mia, how?
There's no time. You have to get out of here and find her. Here, take this.
What? Wait, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Saving your life.
She's saving me.
To go. I won't be able to resist for much
Why? I
longer.
could have just like
Now go.
killed you one last time.
Mia! No!
Let's go. Make sure there's nothing. And now, all right.
Okay.
Now I'm in the final round, but this might be the hardest. So what I want to do, look around, make sure. I don't know if there's anything in these rooms that are useful. I want to pick up magnum rounds and stuff to make. Yeah, it is my fault. That's cool. I'll take the blame. I'll take the. Is there? It's got a big red button. Can I push it? Push the red button. Push it. Where? Huh. If I'm lucky. Okay, let's run through the dead fish area. I know there's some rounds up here for the grenade launcher, which should be hopefully in the room. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take this long way a little bit. I think there's only the one set of rounds though. Do not open box. Do not open box. I have to keep telling myself that. 'Cause the first thing I want to do is grab all my stuff. But I can't. If I do, I fail the objective. Flame round. One flame round. Anything else? It'd be nice if you guys want to be nice, you could drop like a magnum round there. I know I get a couple up here, but I'm at full health. At full health. Looks like anything under here. Guess not. All right. Do not open box. Do not open box. Why, you can give me a handgun? If you give me a handgun, that'd be cool. Grenade launcher. Oh, yeah. Steroids. Got them. Here we go. Don't open the box. Machine gun ammo, which is not going to be of use to me. I could burner fuel, doesn't help. So I don't accidentally pop a cap in anything. Okay. I got 2 bullets. Chem fluid is not going. I'll pick it up anyways. So here's the trick. Here's what we're gonna do. Hey guys. Oh no! They're gonna find me. Lure them back slowly, one by one. Luckily, these guys are slow. Oh no, they see me. Oh, both of them? Three of them see me? How will I ever deal with 3 of them? Hey, how's it going, Swift Steak? Ahoy! Oops, I should pay attention to these guys. Lure them back. Come here, a little bit closer. There's the door. Okay. Oh no, they see me. What am I gonna do? I better get them a little bit closer. How's it going, Swift Steak? I like the name. I like steak. Oh, you guys want to? All right, come on. A bit closer. Maybe I just have to let this guy get a little bit closer. Then oh no. Okay. Oh, strong chem fluid I'll definitely take. Because I can make stuff out of that. Oh, these guys are slow anyways, so. don't know what else there is. I cannot take what's in boxes though. Go. See you guys later. Alright, so now is this a checkpoint here? At least tell me there's a checkpoint here. I would appreciate a checkpoint. Because I know one of these guys jumps out here, and I don't want to waste a bullet on him. I don't want to waste bullets on any of these guys. I'm going to try and lure him into a trap. I guess I have to waste a bullet on him. Not both of them. What do I want to do? I don't want to waste the bullets on him. I want to try and outrun him. Low. Let these guys come after me. Should be two of them, right? Okay. They took that out for me. I appreciate that. Thank you guys. Just in case I need it. I don't think I will. Remote bombs are good too. I think I can just outrun whatever comes this way. Push this cart down. I'll just go. I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna run. I'll take... anything. I'll take anything right now. Maybe that's not a box, because I don't trust the boxes. Probably give me like burner fuel or something like that. Boxes will give me burner fuel. Are these guys gonna come back if I come this way? So I guess maybe I could have just like run past those guys before. I don't really have a choice here. I'm gonna have to take the bomb to the face. Oh, bomb to the face. I'm not going to waste that bullet. I need that bullet for other things. Actually, I wonder if it would just be smarter for me to try to outrun that guy. I have 3 bullets then. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to do this a different way. Might take a little bit longer. Oh, almost. Yeah, it might take a little bit longer to do it this way. Hell, it might even be more dangerous. Don't open the item box. Psychostimulants, huh? Why couldn't there be something like another round, like another couple rounds? Okay, I got 1 flame round. Go. Maybe, yeah, maybe I can outrun all those guys, right? What are the odds? I'm going to do that. Just going to go. There. Yeah, that was the smarter play. By far. Now I can go back here. Grab the magnum ammo. Hopefully. Grab the bombs. I have plenty to get through. I'm cool in that. Having anything equipped, that's fine. I'll take the bomb. pick up the strong chem. I didn't pick up the strong chem fluid. Well, now that I know it, I can do it that way. I'm fine. We'll be over here. Go, 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 go. Good. I need the strong chem fluid for rounds. Maybe I can do this without having to die. Keep going. Keep going. Run. Keep going. I probably should pick up the psychostimulants too, but it's okay. It's okay. I don't need to be greedy. I don't have to min-max it. Just need enough. 2 remote bombs will be pretty good against what I need, for what I need to do. Then I just won't have any more ammo, so it's probably a really bad idea. I'll probably have to die to Evie. It's okay, I don't mind. I just want to get to Evie. Want to improve my chance of doing that, and this is the way to do it. Take the bomb. Oh man, that hurt, sir. Pick up the steroids. Anything else in here? Ooh, what's that? Oh, I thought that was strong chem fluid for a second. Saw red, got excited. Cause I know how this place is like. No, no supplements. Nothing? There's gotta be something for me to use in here. Guess not. I guess I just have to. You're gonna die. Alright, got the necrotoxin. Nothing, wow. This room's stingy. Good. Take those. No doubt there. Yeah, I'll take that. Okay. Take that. Don't open the box. Don't. Anything in here for me to use? Remote bomb's good. So it looks like I'm definitely going to do it without healing items. I'm pretty sure there's something over here. Okay. All right, I have 3 remote bombs. I have now we're gonna play a game called Run Through Shit. Right here. Go. I don't think you're very funny, Evelyn, honestly. There's probably more ammo or something like in there. Oh. Excuse me. Oh, come on, guys. Now I can run. Run! Just run. Grenade launcher or bombs? Let's try one bomb. I want 2 for Evie, honestly. Okay. We're still in the realm of possibly beating Evie. But if not, that's okay. What was that? Nah, I don't need that. Do I? Nah. Because, what's her name? Look around just to make sure. This would be really cool if there was like an item that I can't see right now. Guess not. Charlie Mike. Let's go. Anything up here that can help me? Anything would be useful? I'd be happy with a... Come on. Anything. Alright, I guess not. So I'm going to, let's finish this. Well, I can't open that box. Great. I got 2 bombs. Okay. Let's see if I can beat her like this. If not, I just get to retry. Oh, I should save. I should save. Alright. So I'm having to go all the way back to... my last save. Have to do that run again. I don't think there's anything in the house I can use, right?
It's not here. It's gone. It's gone.
Oh no. Not gone. Here I come, Evie. Here I come, E001. Let me give you a name. Not even gonna call you by your name. You're E001. I don't think there's anything in the house I can grab, right? Oh. We're in flashback mode now.
Why am I...
Ethan, it's okay. It's okay. It's me. I know you didn't mean to hurt me.
You didn't mean to. Mommy.
But you shouldn't have done that. It fucking hurts.
He doesn't want to be my daddy? Then he can die.
I think she means go on a diet.
Mommy's turn to kill you.
Go on a diet. Alright, let's see if I do this. See if I have enough. Or if I wasted too much on the fat guys.
I'm not playing.
I might have been able to, like, get them to come down to me.
You don't understand.
That may have been a better strategy for me to lure them down to me. Wouldn't it be funny if there were like bombs or anything down here? Any bombs? Alright. Alright, I'm gonna bomb Evie in her face. And then hopefully that'll be enough to go to phase 2. Here we go. There's a hole in the... Oh, I know why. From me came out of a chainsaw. So I think there's stuff behind me, actually. This. Okay, that's enough to take me to the next round. So now, hopefully, I got 4 bullets, right? What do you think that? How do you think those 4 bullets are gonna do? This looks like it's probably gonna be a matter of... I can't do anything now. Now. Oh, you know what I should have done? I should have... I'm dead. She's gonna eat me. I'm delicious. I'm delicious. So delicious. Manage items. Okay, now you're done. Alright. Yeah, it'll work. I don't really need any of this stuff. Just need this. Yeah, 5 bombs to the face seems to do it to her. How many shots? See how far off I was. Oops. Wait. 2 shots. I was 2 bullets away. Damn fat guys. There's those big guys. And should be getting item manager and walk it off. Does that count? Did I get it? Yep, there we go. Resource manager and walk it off are complete. Yes. Wesker. Not Wesker. Redfield. In Redfield. In Redfield. Alright. 409. A lot of that was me kind of like going, oh no, I want to do this instead. So I could have almost did this in under 4 hours. Restart 6. One of them was due to death. Oh, well, actually, 2 of them was due to death. One of them wasn't like an intentional death. I just kind of stood there and took it. And a lot of those were just me changing my mind. Okay. Files obtained. I didn't do that. Open the box 3 times and use any healing items. So that was fun. And I'm still not a hero. So now it's time to load file number 12 for the final one, which is fly swatter. Let's get that done. Let's get to 100% right now. So I got the backpack. Backpack. Actually, I don't have to. You know what? What I don't have to worry about doing now is managing items, so I can throw some things I don't need into the box. Don't need to worry. How close was I to the Magnum? 3. Meh. Okay, so that'll make sure that I've got enough in there for stuff. Cool. Cool. Get the shotgun. Let's do it. Actually, you know, I don't even need to get the... Alright, let's go get the shotgun. Get the shotgun, I need the other shotgun, huh? Run through here. I'm now at 36 and 37. That seems a weird number, though. Aren't they usually like 40? Or is there like a... Does it go, oh, okay, here's the secret one. But that still would only be one. And I can cure now, so... I can pick up items and cure and do all that stuff. I'm just kind of more interested in getting it done. What's in here? Cool. I can use those now. Good timing. I'm sure there's some separating fluid around here somewhere. Yeah. Or chem fluid. There. There. If I get a spot of trouble, I can just do that. Don't have to worry about that. There's some chem fluid over here. No, I thought there's chem fluid, but okay. Oh yeah, it's that tub. Mad herb. There we go. Now I can heal all day long. Not a big deal, sir. Run over here. Something in here that I wouldn't have gotten. Yeah. I don't need the crow key, though. I don't need the knife. There's 2 spots I don't have to worry about. Yeah, actually, no, that's the right way to go. Should have dropped off that handgun ammo, but that's okay. I've got a spot. I've got to stop on the way anyways. Get the broken. Should I get the broken shotgun or should I use the weaker shotgun to maybe hopefully give me more shots at it at this? I don't even need to beat her. I just need to knock her back. I'm assuming that guy uses a shotgun for that, huh? So yeah, what I'll do... I'm gonna prolong the fight as long as I can. Get her to come after me. I'm gonna do what I did in the other fight. She would attack. I would hit her with this. She would jump on the ceiling. Yeah. Hopefully this isn't too strong. If it is... Okay, I don't need these anymore. Got healing items. Let's roll, Marguerite. I can't believe how close I was on actually getting Evelyn. It's kind of annoying. Annoyed that. Yeah. Oh, why not? It's not like. I don't want to hurt her too bad, do I? No, I don't. So hard to come to me. Ah, missed. Problem is I'm too close. I have to move when I know she's gonna jump. She's not gonna come out this hole, is she? What do I knock her back with? What do I do? Take your head out, girl.
Here I come!
So she does have a... How does that not count? This right here is the hardest achievement, I think. I don't know. Come on, bugs. So I gotta do it with Marguerite. No! So mad at her. So mad.
Take that, okay?
Oh, that's a checkpoint. All right. I'm going to be right back. I have to go to the bathroom anyways, and I have to think about this. How to get Fly's water. Because I'm pretty sure I hit her while she was in midair. All right. I have returned, and I am going to... Let's try this again. I have the shotgun. Yeah. Go get her. I don't have to worry about healing. I don't have to worry about item boxes. All that's done. This is the last trophy. The last achievement. Missed. Come on down. Now I'm gonna do what they do up here. I'm gonna... Where is she? I won't. As soon as she cocks her head. Right here. Look at me. Fly swatter, got it. Yeah. That's the trick. I'm just gonna
get you. You scamper your way out of that.
Yeah. I'm just gonna kill her anyways. That's okay, I can die now. I got my achievement. I'm fine. See ya. I'm done. Ah, there's a fun in that.
You got nowhere to go now, boy.
Stay dead, okay?
That's it. That was it. 37 of 37. Fly swatter was the last one. Yeah. Everything's done. Done. I can move on to bigger, better things, maybe? I don't know. It's a pretty good game. But ahoy. Alright, and with that, actually, I'm going to stop the stream for a little bit, grab some dinner, do a few other things, and hopefully everybody has a great night. Ahoy. Peace out.